So here we are with Constance, first woman yesterday arriving in goal, task one. So also we're gonna have her impressions to see. So Constance, how was the fly yesterday for you, first woman arriving in goal?
Yeah, but I'm happy to be first in a woman and beginning a competition like that is very nice. And a big Talman, very good condition in this place, and very high cloud base, and yeah, it's very beautiful. But it's not finished. The competition is very long, and it's possible 10 tasks, and yeah.
Indeed, it's a very long competition. Yeah. We're expecting because all the weather looks really promising. So, but how for you? What do you could say? It was the most tricky or difficult part of yesterday's flight.
I think the start is complicated in the flat. Yeah, very thermal. Stop. just.
Maybe a lot of things.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, like that. And the start is complicated, and after it's a generous condition, it's good.
And just for today, what feeling do you have? You feel confident again? You motivated? What do you expect about the day?
Yeah, I'm confident. I think it's a new good day, and yeah, it's a long marathon, and yeah, it's a second task, and I hope I'm in goal in first, I think.
Excellent. So thank you very much for your time, and all the best. Just have a very good flight, and for sure we'll see you again in goal. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm here with Martin Petz, who was third in the classification yesterday. So how did it go?
Yeah, it was a pretty nice task, and I enjoyed it a lot. In the end, I took some risk, and it worked out luckily.
Was there any section that was difficult for you?
Yeah, just the end was. I lost my position in the gaggle when I fell out of the thermal, and then I had to work from below again. So this was a bit tricky.
And what are you hoping for today?
Yeah, for a nice task again, and to enjoy the landscape. It's really beautiful here.
Yeah. And what did you think of the conditions yesterday?
They were nice conditions. I really enjoyed them.
And the gaggle flying? I mean, it was big gaggles.
Yeah, most of the time it was okay, but sometimes I had 2 occasions where it was not so nice. So, but I hope it gets better today when the people find their rhythm.
Yes. Okay. Well, we wish you lots of luck for today, and you'll be in the priority queue, so you'll be, having an easy take. So, Anna, you were second yesterday.
Yeah.
How did it go?
That was a difficult task because it's the conditions are quite strong, and you have to keep the bees always in your hand if you don't want to take the glider like a front collapse or an asymmetric collapse. So that was a bit stressful, but we managed to do it, and it was a fast task, more than 40 kilometers per hour. And only one guy in front of us, Portuguese guy, so well done. That was quite dangerous to attack because the lines were very important, big sink rate and big climbs, and if you are not on the good line you can really bomb out alone with everybody in goal. So yeah, the best was to do the goal, and in a good average, so I made second. I'm happy, and for the French team also. So I hope we will do the same for the second task.
I mean, you're not world number 1 at the moment. You're flying exceptionally well this year.
Yeah, but it's always a compromise between attacking and defending, and I think I did the job yesterday. It was too risky to attack like the Portuguese guy, and yeah, for me that was the good job yesterday. I hope I will do the same every day, but it's not sure.
I mean, we've got similar conditions today in terms of the...
Yeah, it's a bit overcast sometimes with high clouds. And the cloud base should be almost the same, maybe lower.
A little bit lower.
Yeah. Because there is less sun. They said 6 hours sun today, and it was like 11, 20 hours, 12 hours yesterday. So it's half. So we will see what we can do, and I think we will have a good task, but maybe light thermals, and we will have maybe to remove some lead from our harnesses.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. Good luck today. I hope it goes really well.
Thank you.
And I'll see you in goal.
See you.
All right, good morning, and here we are in day 2, and we are with the winner of yesterday task 1, Rui Aguiar. Okay, Rui, I would like you to give us just a recall from yesterday, your impression and how it was.
I haven't had the time to analyze a lot of flight because we arrived late home. It was good. I was leading since the beginning. Then I made the poor decision and I got lower than the rest of the gaggle. Then I'm somehow at like 10 kilometers after I managed to catch up and I attack again, and the condition further were better, so I managed to get it in front of them, and then it was done after that.
Wow. For what I saw, I mean, you never was like at the highest, but definitely you were pushing very aggressively, and especially on the lag leg of the task, you were all the time. Well, for me, I think I read in a moment I saw you 85 or even more. I don't know. It was super crazy. We were thinking, what the hell is it doing? What are the rockets? So you were really confident, right? Weren't you?
Yeah, last year I had a similar task here in the European. We had the same goal and the similar task, not exactly the same. And I won it as well last year, but this year I knew how the conditions worked there. I knew in the river it was going to work, and then you work as you promised. And then I went a bit lower, but yeah, probably I had a lot of height to spare, so I could attack well. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. And so that what could be also after that briefing for today. What are your expectation for today?
Today is going to be slower because we have a leg against the wind, so probably better to before that leg catch some height before attacking the next turn point. So probably better to fly in the gaggle at that point, not attacking so much.
Thank you very much, and have all the luck. Okay. Hello and welcome again to those to the European Paragliding Championship here in Pegalajar. We want to apologize because we had some technical issues, but now everything looks that everything's running nice and smoothly. So immediately, let's go to this day two, task two of this European Championship. We're going to recall what is about, what the task and the weather condition for today. Starting with the weather condition. Yesterday we had a very blue sky with just a few cumulo clouds in the mountains, but not in the rest of the task place. But today is completely different. Today we have a very slow wind, especially in the high layers. But as you can see, just even behind me, we have a very gray sky. We have a high cloud, layer of high clouds called cirrus. And for all of you that you don't know anything about cirrus, I will tell you that those are the cloud that basically not a paraglider or hang glider pilot, a sailplane pilot that we want, because those they block the sun activity and make the free flight much more complicated. And we expect those cirrus for today. They are going to disappear all along the playground for the task 2. But that is why the race direction decided to go with a task much more conservative in terms of playing just in the valley behind me, but not going away or jumping on other mountains. So we go in the task in a minute. And we have as well, the wind is going to be really slow, something between 2, 3, 10, maximum 12 kilometers per hour. In the lower layers, we're gonna find northwest mainly, and low and medium layers, and on cloud base around 2,000 or even 2,500 meters, we're going to find southwest. As I said, no other kind of cloud are expected, but the cirrus. And the median of the thermals, when they found them, they're going to be between 2.5 up to 3 meters per second. The task for today is race to goal with the start point exit and turning. Well, that start point just started 15 minutes ago. So now they're on the race. So once the start point just was a line, huge line, just in front of the main hill of Pegalajar. After that, they went straight to northwest direction towards north side of Jaén City, and currently they're turning to the next waypoint, northeast direction, with a glide that I think is going to be around 12 kilometers or so to Pegalar train station. After that, they're going to turn southeast direction for approximately 7 kilometers glide or so, something in between Jodar and Betmar villages, and they're going to be pretty close to the small hills or mountain that they're going to find today, because otherwise the rest is quite flat area. After that, another waypoint going west-northwest direction, going to Torre Quebradilla waypoint with a radius of 19 kilometers. And finally, they turn again straight to goal towards east, generally northeast, but mainly east, to Donadillo, which is they're going to stop the clock today with a radius of 3 kilometers. The end of the speed section will be a radius of 3 kilometers, but today they won't find a line, and to validate the goal, they will find another cylinder of 1 kilometer. Okay, that's the whole task. If you look at how the tag is drawn, you will see that it looks like more a triangle inside of a triangle. It's something like this. So because the race just started, as I said, 15-16 minutes ago, I can tell you that Francis Reina was pushing just really hard from the start. He was completely alone just from the beginning, pushing, and he reached the first waypoint.
and now they are basically reaching. No, they are on the way. They are on the way. We could say maybe a quarter. Yeah, almost a quarter on the way to the second one. They are flying currently around 1,800 meters, and with that average speed about 57 or so. You have to keep in account that with this high that they're flying, mainly they're going to find southwest. It means that they have, at the moment, if they go above 2,000 meters or more, they will be helped by the wind. They will fly in tailwind. So ideally, they should have two sections today, this one and the final one to go. If they're able to go and keep the high and fly above 2,000 meters, they will be able to fly quicker or faster. Otherwise, they're going to find northwest and they're going to fly with crosswind. Normally, a day like today is going to change a lot compared to yesterday. In a way, as you can see, the group is really dense today. They are flying, well, like really close to each other. I'm going to have a look. We have, because it's going to change a lot. All the people, all the pilots just overlapping one to each other. Who's taking the lead? Who's going to go those leading points here today? I think it's going to be much more difficult because to attack or to be really aggressive today, you can pay hard that card if you play that card, because with those zeros you can find yourself pretty soon on the ground. Actually, even though the takeoff was really nice and it was nice and smooth as yesterday, but we had also a lot of bomb out as well, just because these zeros, they don't allow the condition to work as well as you expect. We have cycles, and when the cycle is working, okay, you can go and maybe you can launch, I don't know, 15, 20 pilots or more. But eventually, when the activity sound is blocked for a little bit, even you can find the wind even stop or even going from tailwind, from the opposite direction, and you need to wait. But what happens if that is catch you just when you took off? Maybe you won't be able to stay in the hill and you bomb out, and you need to relaunch. That happened quite a few today. All right, so let's close a bit here. I can see Honorang is now leading, followed by Juan Sebastián Ospina and Francis Reina. They're not significant high now at the moment. In fact, Honorang is 1,100 meters. Juan Sebastián is 1,400 meters. If we look at the terrain in which they're going to fly today, because it's the valley in front of this Pegalajar area, we'll see that is basically a sea of olive trees everywhere. When you fly in a place like this, you don't want to be low, or you don't want to, be forced to land, because definitely you're going to struggle, and it's not easy to find at all a landable area, and you don't want to be betrayed by your mind, by your conservative mind. If you are pretty low and you start thinking, oh, maybe I need to go, and then you find an area that could be landable, and in the meantime, all the pilots are passing you, or they want to risk a bit and find a potential thermal, and then maybe you need to choose what to do: stay there and go for a safe landing, or risk just in case I don't make it. Then maybe it's gonna be really tricky landing. But when you have this endless olive trees sea in front of you, I can't imagine it's not. Well, I can't imagine. No, I know it's not easy to handle, because I flew this area quite a lot. But because they are flying in group, that's the key. The fly with the group and stay with the group means it keeps you quite safe. However, I start seeing how a few pilots, especially Honoran and Juan Sebastián Ospina, they completely abandon the group and they are quite low. Really interesting how see, okay, Honoran is trying to reach one of the small hills that they are basically there. Exactly. I think he found already something there. Okay, but nothing solid there. So obviously he's trying now, because now in this section of the race is when the leading points that are really important, and if you start to push, is when you get those bonus from the leading point. Okay, Maxime Pinot and Francis Reina and Lucaman, the approaching Honoran and Juan Sebastián Ospina. But the problem is, no matter what, any thermal define at the beginning, I think, is not going to be really strong. Especially because those cirrus clouds, they're not going to help them at all. So also they have to rely on the terrain itself. Let's have a look here. If we look at the terrain and those hills, when the terrain is so similar, definitely you won't find good thermals. You need kind of a contrast as well. So that's why they're trying to go to this hill, because maybe you have a massive terrain in front of you that is holding a lot of heat, a lot of energy, ready to go, ready to release, but nothing happened because the terrain is so similar in kilometers around you. So they are trying to go to this hill, but that is called a trigger. So once you're there, this different of colors and shape, maybe the wind, maybe just a car, or maybe even just a pilot that bomb out is enough to create and to break this layer, and and this trigger start working and develop the thermal. And this is what they're trying. And currently the group is reaching them. And finally, as I said, the group is the key. Today, the group is the key. You don't want to abandon the group easily unless you really have a very good reason. Maybe you saw, I don't know, a bird or something that nobody saw before, and you are very confident that you're not going to, to bomb out, and then you leave the group. But today, I think they should stay together most of the time, and only when you really are pretty sure is when you take your chances. So yeah, all the group, all pilots are now congregating again in this massive goggle. Turn into the right goggle. Let me have a look, zoom out. Where are they compared to... Okay, I'm going to terrain. I think I should be able to see them. They are not that far from behind me here now. When we are 25 minutes after since the start point. So we can see a big goggle, the head of the race, trying to recover the high, but gently but steady they are there. And there is another group just approaching them. They also stop. The higher, who is that? Marius Terher with 1,800 meters, Sarah Loftrek with 1,700 meters, Silvia Bussi Ferraris with 1,800 meters as well. So finally the group behind them They're gently higher, but not that much. So definitely those positions, every position that's going to change a lot today, because when you think, okay, now I'm high, I can push, probably the glide that you were expecting to do is not going to happen at all, and suddenly the another group that it was maybe 3 kilometers behind you suddenly has a better line, but because they're working together all the time, and they're going to neutralize you pretty soon. I don't expect today we're gonna see big differences. You know, like a 2, 3, 5 minutes differences between big groups or pilot, because it's a big risk. Okay, Carlo Bonasic is now trying to push a bit, and yeah, the high is not bad, is 1600, almost 1700. However, more on the east we have Perth Costrum, but it's pretty low, is 1100 meters, so it's only 600 meters above the ground. Just to remind you that this area is going to be 500 meters. Definitely it's lower compared to yesterday. Remember yesterday, all the terrain that they had all the time, it was around 1000 meters. So today is the half of it and quite flat. So let's focus on Carlo. So yeah, the speed, I think they're going to be pretty conservative, and every kilometer is going to be a little fight. We can see now, wow, he found something. I think he's going to try to turn here. Yeah. But nothing really solid. He's trying to get it. Carlo Bonasic trying to get it. He lost it now. Because that's, as I said, this terrain is so similar. There's plenty of olive trees everywhere. That you really need to really warm a lot of the terrain to something to happen and create something that trigger and break the layer of this warm layer and then develop the thermal. And of course, it's not necessarily is going to happen where you're going to fly above, right? Okay, now they are lying behind Carlo Bonasic. I can see two big groups. We have two big groups now. But who is pushing? Rui Aguiar, there we go. Okay, the winner from yesterday, Rui Aguiar, is taking the lead from the big group, more to the east. It's a bit low, 1000 meters. 560 meters above the ground. Followed by Pet Costrum and Justin Savov and Eusebio Suarez more gently on the northwest. And they're trying to find something. They don't want to, yeah. You see, Rui Aguiar, he doesn't want to escape as yesterday. He definitely is trying to stay with the group. He found something. Okay, let's see if this finally stop and everybody start turning. All of them, they are all right. Apparently the group behind Rui found something there and they're going to stop there for a while. Meanwhile, Rui followed by Mirvat Ziduni, Jansen Savov, Pet Kostrom, and Georgi Ristovsky. They decided, okay, let's glide, let's see what we can do, but we want to push. So in this moment, let me have a look. Carlo Bonasic is taking the lead, so probably he is now earning some leading points. And we can see how the second group is overtaking the main one, taking very well aligned with the main route towards the next waypoint, which is Bejiga train station. And Marius Teje is leading that group, followed by Sara Lovrek. And the high is not, this altitude is quite good, is 1,700 meters. Today, the total kilometers of the task is 86.9 kilometers, but because all the turns that they have to do at a different wind direction they have to face, probably it's not going to be that fast as yesterday. So maybe today it's going to take, I think, more than 2 hours. If we go for some point, we check on Carlo Bonasic, we see they're not flying that fast because they're looking for something, whatever, that they definitely take them in high, you know, but they don't find anything solid. Let's go again to check the terrain. So maybe you can see how all along the terrain there are like a small hills, but little small hills with no olive trees, and some we could call them pools. Actually, they are for irrigation. But those small hills, but is what I think are the key when you are in this area, because they're the only points that they create a big difference compared to the rest of the terrain. They create that contrast. You know, when the warm terrain is the same, and you don't have this temperature different, you know, nothing will happen. You will have this energy trap in this layer, and nothing will happen. You need something that change completely. It could be the beginning of a little forest, or it could be a hill. It could be, you know, even just a car, a tractor, whatever. Many things that break the layer, and from that point is when it's like we could say like a sink, but to the opposite direction. From that breaking point, this energy start to develop the thermal, right? Okay, Carlo found something. No, but it's nothing solid there. It's struggling. Still, he has 800 meters, so he has room to maneuver there and check. Meanwhile, if we go more to the southeast, we can see how the group in which one Rui was, and Rui is still, they are below 1,000 meters as the rest. You know, the other group, the big group led by Honoran, they are also below 1,000 meters, and they are flying below 50 kilometers per hour. You know, they are not flying faster. They are very conservative today. Yeah, every every meter now counts. And of course, imagine they're so close to each other. There are so many pilots close to each other that, of course, they are permanently checking whatever happened around them is really important. That is the concept of flying in group. And a day like today is crucial. It's it's basically the key, because if you are alone, then you need to really slow down and be really patient, or find something that really works because it's so evident for you. But otherwise, a day like today, you easily you will bump out. But if you are with the group and you spread a little bit, you have more chances. But you need to be also close enough to to each other, so when anything happen around you and you spot that somebody is lifting, you react and you fly as fast as you can next to this pilot, and eventually, as is happening at the moment, they found something there, and probably is okay. Let's go in. Let's see how good it is. Okay, that's look good. Is the group with Honoran, and Francis Reina is there too, and Maxime, and Andreas Malecki, and many others there joining, because that could be the first solid breaking bracket thermal, and you need to be so patient. Really need so patient. One of those. Let's have a look at the track so we can see the drift. Well, the drift even is not so important. There's not so much wind actually. So it's basically the clouds, the problem today. As you can see, they are flying, they are currently lifting 1,500 meters, 1,600 meters, and that layer, the wind is generally northwest, but really soft, so the drift is taking them generally to the southeast, but very little. If we go to the group that is completely to the east, and we find that Sebastián Espina, Rui Aguiar, Mirvat Senuni, Jason Savov, Dylan Mansley is there as well, Pet Kostrom, Robertberg. They're also in a little soft thermal there, around 1,300 meters now. And it's the same. The drift there is, the wind in that layer is northwest. Meanwhile, more and more pilots from the north are joining the main group. They are flying currently just above the highway. Just notice the highway, by the way, it could be an extraordinary way where to find thermal, because it's asphalt, it's completely blocked, and it warm a lot, and that create actually a different. So maybe that could be a nice, but not obviously not all the way to the highway. But if you have, for example, the highway and nearby you have a little fort or something like it, that could be a good area. All right, we can see how the group is not gliding towards southeast. Meanwhile, some pilots are abandoning completely the group and decided, hey, no, this is not working. I have enough high. Okay, let's go. Maxime Pinot is one of those. Is leading now this breaking the group and abandon the group, followed by Francis Reina, which is higher than him, 200 meters. Andreas Malecki is with them. Jonathan Madin, Pierre-Remy, all of them between 1500 and 1800. They're taking the highway as a reference now. Hey, and then meanwhile, Carlo Bonasic is doing a very nice lonely job itself. It's pretty close to the next Y point. So he is the one who is basically taking those leading points at the moment, completely alone and different line compared to the rest of the people, or the rest of the pilots. Pretty close to the next turn point, Behigar train station. We are almost 45 minutes since the start point. Just to remind you, the task of today, we left Pegalajar takeoff going northwest direction, and it was a exit waypoint, and the pilot is going to do a triangle inside a triangle, 86.9 kilometers, with a lot of different directions. So on the next point on the north of Jaén City they turn into the northeast. Behigar train station next turn point, then going to southeast between Betmar and Jodar. Then after that they turn again to northwest. The final turn point before goal is Torre Quebradilla, and a final glide approximately to 7-8 kilometers to Donaillo goal, which is 3 kilometers radius for the end of this speed section to stop the time, and an inside cylinder of 1 kilometer just to validate the goal. It's really interesting to see that this section should have been one of the most easiest one if they were able to be above 2,000 meters, because then they will have this tailwind. But none of them they're able to be above, not even 1,800, 1,700 maximum. That is why they are finding all the time the northwest wind. And of course that makes this section much more difficult. Probably Carlo Bonasic is doing a nice job, because now from his point is almost reaching the waypoint, and with this high he will be able immediately to turn with tailwind, because as soon as he reaches that turn point and he turn into the next one, he's going to be with this high in that layer with tailwind northwest. Even though the wind is not really strong, but it's always a help if you have a tailwind, of course. And for the rest of the group is a longer way with crosswind, because we can see nobody is really reaching 2,000 meters today. Francis Reina is taking the lead again on the main group, just in the middle. He has a two group of scattered pilot on the right, another scattered group pilot on the left, but the main group is led by Francisco Reina. And on around just behind him, similar heights, 1,500, 1,400, The group more to the east is 7 pilots there. Guyaguiar is pretty low today. Now is only 270 meters above the ground, 600 meters in height total. And they're stopping. Okay, let's have a look what's going here. Francis Reina, all this group is stopping above the highway. Meanwhile, I'm having some updates about the weather. Judith is on the way to the goal, and she is telling me that there is some cumulus clouds below the cirrus layer. So probably that's what they're trying to reach, because I cannot see any from here. But look at that. Okay, they're creating this massive gaggle for the main group. Okay, that is something solid. Definitely there's something solid there. They're going to, let's see how high they can get there. Rui is pretty low. He found something too. Okay, he's lifting. Hopefully he will be able to join the main one, or unless he really is comfortable with that thermal and he could stay on his own. But the rest are joining this massive gaggle. I can see 2 gaggles already. It's the same for the group on the more to the east, the little group of 7 pilots with Dylan Mansley, Juan Sebastian, Ospina, Jason Savov, Jakov, Butterworth. All of them also, they found something there. Finally, there's a bit more instability in that area, and they're able to find thermals all the way. And of course, as I said, Carlo Bonasic just reached the waypoint, and because he did it so on the north side, now he's able to glide with more tailwind, about 50 kilometers per hour. Depending, I mean, even he could take the advantage. I don't think he's going to be this far away, but now he can see what's going on in front of him. So he's going to have a lot of references, you know, do I really want to join the group, or maybe I try and other place, other chances here. I can see as well. Okay, let's have a look at the terrain. There's a group of houses or so that he can reach. Definitely he's able to reach those if he wants to, and those also are potential thermal points just in the middle of this massive olive tree. He still has 800 meters above the ground, which is, you know, it's enough for a long glide now. It's going to be interesting how the rest of the pilots, they're going to deal to reach the turn point here, when they're going to decide how far they want to go into northeast direction. So Carlo was really smart, in my opinion. He decided, okay, I'm going to take my chance and go more to the north, because now he is all the time gliding tailwind here, even though, okay, I think he might find something here. No, and not still gliding and sinking just below 1,000 meters for him. Okay, pilots here in the main group. I think I saw the first 2,000 maybe. Yeah, okay, I can see the first 2,000 meters for Julian Wirth, but the rest all leaving when they are not even 1800, and they're trying now to reach the turn point. We can see a couple of lonely pilots here, Helmut and Martin Peth. Thailand Seglar. They're trying to, but that's pretty low. 600 meters there. Okay. Look, they just flew above. I think it's kind of industrial area. Yes. With a little forest and the river there. So that area also, that could be. It has enough contrast to create thermals there compared to the olive trees. Carlo Bonasic starting to be a bit compromised. 300 meters above the ground. Maybe he saw the rest of the group and he's going to catch the whatever is left there. There's still something. Because sometimes you can find that never-ending thermal and is always there, but sometimes just a bubble. And it's you there in the right time, in the right space. Okay, it's good. It worked for you, but maybe there's another pilot, like let's say 2 minutes away from you, and when the pilot reached the space, the thermal is not there anymore. The bubble went, and what is left is nothing. It's just a hole that it will catch you and put you down. Okay, now Pet Costume is leading the main group going towards the next turn point. Mejibar Bejigar train station. We have a few Spaniards there, Marcelo Sanchez and Álvaro Romero also in that group, and Francis Reina, of course, was all the time there. Very close to the sun point. They're not going to stop now. Okay, and after that, I wonder what direction they're going to take, because the terrain doesn't change that much. If they go to the east, the terrain is quite similar. Unless they decided to go more into the axis to the next turn point, maybe they can find more contrast, and I think that's the most decide or the most logical option. I don't know. We'll see. Also, maybe if they find some, as Judith told me, if there are some cumulus cloud that can help them. We'll see. And where is our friend Carlo Bonasic? Here we go. Carlo is trying to survive here, still gliding down 400 meters above the ground, going toward south east. Our lonely pilot today is risking a lot. As I said, it's difficult that this bet really work in a day like today, because there's so many terrain to cover and it's not so evident where a thermal is going to be. ...270 meters above the ground for Carlo Bonasic. All right, he's going into the solar panel terrain. Okay, look at that. He found something. He got something there. Lifting. 320. 330. Oh, he's losing. Ah, come on. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Look at the drift. Northwest. So now, if it's what the thing is, when you are so low and you go into what's called survival mode, but basically it's what you had to do, survive. We lost signal with him at the moment. If the wind helps you, this is the situation for him, because he wants to go now to southeast. The only thing you have to do is to not lose the thermal and be so patient. You know, every turn is a win. Another turn, another win, another turn, another win, and that's it. And eventually, it could happen that many other warm spot there, they join together and finally converge into the big thermal. He's looking for something definitely that works better for him. Okay, and he has something definitely. It's now 500 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, the other group that is basically Richard, more on the north and the northeast side, they are higher than him now. Remember, it's the day to fly in group. To stay with the group has a lot of advantages. Marcelo is pushing now. They're flying about the Guadalquivir River. Which is one of the most important, if not the most important, in Andalusia. And Marcelo Sanchez is pushing this group now, leading the group, going towards southeast on the next waypoint between Betmar and Jodar. Remember, when they reach that waypoint, that is the place where they're going to find the highest mountains of the day. Okay, Carlos is recovering, but it's going to take a while. I think it's going to lose their advantage compared to the group. We are 1 hour away from the start point. Let's close in data about Marcelo. He's flying 52, 53, 55. He's speeding up at the moment. Okay, holding between 55, 57 kilometers per hour. 1,000 meters above, 1,000 meters in total, 600 meters above the ground. The terrain is only 300 meters here, 350, 300. So definitely much lower compared to yesterday, and flatter as well. Remember, yesterday had quite a few hills on the way to work with, but not today. And those endless olive trees all the way. However, I can see there is I don't know how they are, because those are satellite photos from Google Maps that are looking at. I don't know how those terrain they're going to be, because I can see differences here, those contrasts, that maybe in a few moments they're going to fly above, and that can be thermal sources. Even I can see a lonely place with no trees and a small house. Those places, you definitely, when you're so low, those are the places you need to put your side on. But when there are clouds everywhere, or when you are high enough, it's like you set a line. For example, if they tell you the cloud base today is 3,000 meters, and as an average, right? So it's like you set at the fall line and you said to yourself, okay, above 1,500 meters or more, I'm going to ignore the terrain and I'm going to fly from this level to that level. And that are going to be my references. But when you are below that layer and you are flying 1,500 or below, what you do is exactly the opposite. You ignore the upper layer and you are all the time in this section, you know, and you start really looking for contrast on the terrain or potential thermal sources. And of course you slow down. You don't fly as fast as when you are on the higher layer. Okay, Jason Savov has decided, okay, I'm going to risk a bit here. He is pretty low, 200 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, the group, a small group, just took the lead, and the group near the stop and there to turn. All of them below no, not all of them, but most of them below 1,000 meters. And meanwhile, oh, look at that. Jason, even though he's pretty low, is 200 meters above the ground, but now apparently he found something. Let's keep an eye on him at the moment. He's lifting. There you go, he's lifting. He has something. And Pet Costrum saw him. He's going to him. He's going to try to catch the same that he has. Yeah, it's really soft, but it's working. So, as I said, patience. Patience is your best friend today. Let's have a look to who is... Well, it's interesting to see that not along the way, nobody bomb out on the way. So they were struggling, all of them, but they were managing to keep flying. I see two pilots on the tail, Etienne Coupe and Dominique Nelis, about 2,000 meters. But they are flying really slow there, taking their time to go, steady, step by step. A lot of scattered pilots in between 1,000 meters, between 800 meters. And more scattered pilot reaching this Pegalar train station waypoint at the moment. And let's keep an eye. Jason still flying below 300 meters above the ground, followed by Pet Costrum. Those are the guys that are leading the race, but let's face it, they're really low. They really need to find something pretty soon. Notice, as soon as they find anything, any bubble, any chain, they immediately slow down. It's so evident. And now they're flying again about 50 kilometers per hour. There is a group of buildings in front of him. Let's have a close look, because I don't know, he's not going towards them. He's going more to the south. Perth is with him. It's very close to him. Wow, okay, now 160 meters for Jason Savov. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, they're working together, very conservative, very patient, above 1,500 now. Okay, Jason, 100 meters above the ground. He found something. He found something. Is again about 100 meters. Wow, but it's really, really almost nothing there. But it's basically in the same situation, but higher. Okay, this is a situation where you don't want to be at all. Surrounded by olive trees. Okay, it's still gliding to southeast, drifting with this little bubble, 0.1, 0.2, 0.5, something like it. So that gives you eventually both +1, +1.5 maybe. But it's so difficult to turn because the sun is not really working, so it doesn't get solid. Yes, come on. I don't want to be on his shoes at the moment. Below 100 meters now. Wow. 80, 90, almost 90 for Jason Savov. Pet Kostrom is with him, a few meters above him. They're basically in a zero. Oh, come on. Below 80. Yeah, I can see the group there. Like I said, they are decided. Hey, come on, we're not in a hurry here. Let's stay all together. Let's help each other here. All of them around between 1200, 1500. Oh, come on. Jason, 60 above the ground now. I think Pet Costume has something more solid. He is lifting. Definitely he's lifting. 300. But 310. Wow, okay, that's a fight. This is fighting for survive in the race when they are basically leading the race. And of course, the group is just about 1700 meters now. I can see Julian Vert with 1750 meters at the moment. So that's the key. This is what you have to do in a day like today. So difficult to manage, but you are looking for the protection of the group. Jason all the time between 80, 60 meters above the ground. That's nothing, literally nothing. And Pet Costume is surviving much better, almost 400 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, we can see, wow, okay, look at that. We have Carlo Bonasic and Alvaro Romero abandoned the group. Carlo never was in the group, but Alvaro Romero decided, okay, I'm gonna abandon the group. 1,500 meters for him. Probably they can join eventually together, Carlo and Alvaro. All right. Oh, look at that. Okay. I'm closing again where Pet Costume definitely is found something. It is making this, so big fight of patience, and now going above 500 meters. Justin is looking for the same, but because it's so low, the thermal probably is not so well set as the one that Pet Costume has. It's the same thermal, but the difference is the high. When the thermal is so low, probably you have like a little, sources. It's not solid. When you have maybe 200 meters above it, actually everything converges, and the column is there. Is why it's so different between Pet Costume and Jason Savov. All right. Interesting is happening now. More on the south, we have Alvaro Romero taking the lead, pushing, and now is what leaving point in this part of the race counts. So definitely Alvaro is taking a lot of leading point at the moment, followed by Carlos Bonasic. This area probably is good in terms of contrast and a very good glide. I'm going to click on Alvaro Romero. 60, 62, 63 kilometers per hour for him. A little bit more to the north, we have Marcelo Sanchez, followed by Francisco Reina and Ferdinand Vogel. And all of them now, they are flying around 55 to 60 kilometers per hour. Finally, Jason Savov found something and is lifting with Pet Costume, but he's going to pay the price because now to go again into, I don't know, above 1,000 meters or 1,500 meters, so it's going to take a while now. So meanwhile, the group is leaving, is overtaking him. All of them. Julian Wirth, Honor Ringaman, Pierre-Remy, the big group is now passing these two lonely pilots on the north side. When we are 1 hour and 15 minutes after or since the start point, let's talk about the task again. We are passing the second turn point, pretty close into the third one. So there was a exit. We are in a race to go with the exit start point, and the first turn point was on the north side of Jaén City, going from the start point north west direction. Then after that, turning into northeast to Bejigar train station. After that, we turn to southeast direction between Jodar and Betmar. Then we turn again now northwest towards Torre Quebradilla. Finally, the final glide to goal, Donaldillo, with this end of the speed section, a radius of 3 kilometers to stop the time and 1 kilometers radio cylinder to validate the goal. Alvaro Romero pushing now when he's 1,000 meters in height, 300 meters above the ground, followed by Carlos Bonasic. We can see like the rest of the group, they catch Marcelo Sanchez and Francisco Reina, that little group that was chasing Alvaro Romero. Carlos found something there, and then, as I said, Jason and Perda are still, fighting to go back into the race. But because it's a bit higher, above 1,000 meters, he decided, okay, Jason, sorry, but not going to be with you anymore. Is trying to glide a bit more to the south. Jason is going to fight for much longer if he wants to stay in the race. Alvaro now. Look at that. Alvaro now pushing a lot when he's only 300 meters above the ground. Distance is 86.9 kilometers length. And nothing has changed here. If I look around myself, I can see a lot of cirrus everywhere. Basically, there's just a piece of the sky that is completely blue, and it means that the sun has no chances to work properly and warm nicely areas that can develop strong thermals. And even though the forecast says that the average of the thermal could be 2.5 to 3 meters per second, yes, that is going to happen if the terrain is heat by the sun enough and it's warm enough. But if it's not, well, definitely they won't have those thermals. Well, okay, Alvaro now, look at that. Alvaro is below 200 meters above the ground. He's pretty close to the next waypoint, and as I said, that waypoint is important because the line what they're going to hit is the beginning of the highest mountain that they're going to find in the area. So probably is the bet, the Alvaro. Okay, but now I found something apparently there. Let's close on him of the okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see if it's enough for him to stay there for a while, or if it's worth it for him to say, what if I push and I reach the waypoint, and in the meantime I'm also reaching that hill, that mountain. But that could be the big salvation for all of them, if the mountain is working properly there. But no, apparently he is still looking for something that he found there. And now the rest of the group is reaching him quickly. But because they are between 1,000 to all of them, and as an average, they are 1,000 meters. So they are 800 meters above Alvaro. So unless it's something really solid, they're not going to stop with him. But they're definitely going to test it. Francis is there. He's testing the play where Alvaro is. And they're stopping. It's the same. It's not the same, but quite similar situation that before. If you are pretty low, probably you have different sources, different cores, but they are weak and they're not easy to stay in because that's really small. But once you go a few meters in high, all of them they merge, and suddenly you have what is happening more to the east. This gaggle that is creating is happening there. It's because all of them they are more than 1,000 meters, so it's more evident that the thermal is more solid there. And we have another gaggle just above above Alvaro, is what I said. Excellent. This is the way. They create two massive groups there. The rest of the pilot, they can see it. They can choose where to go. They are pretty close now to the next waypoint. 1 hour and 22 minutes since the start point. I wonder how is the sky there. If there's, well, here, yeah, is it similar to here, or this? They have some piece of blue sky there. Let's see. Where is? Wow, really soft. But now every arc, even some pilots that changing from the group Marcelo decided to swap. Another pilot that swap into another group is really cool to see how they are passing pilot from one goggle to another goggle. So it means nothing is really, consistent. Or that could be they're also talking to each other as a team, and that they regrouping themselves as well. That could be. Remember that is also this not only an individual competition, it's also a team competition. So as a team, they are talking to each other, and they say, "Come on, come to me, or let's regroup." And from here, we go with the next step. It's also really important. Okay, we have 2 pilots. No, 3, 4, and more. Okay, a few pilots that decided to go to reach the waypoint. So this is Roger, Eichwacher, Ferdinand Vogel, Luckermann, Maxime Pinot, Ronny Hazen, Stefan Morgenhaller, Francis Reina, and okay, all of them abandoned quite a few big group now, leaving the thermal, leaving this place when they are around 1,400 meters, 1,100 meters. Let's see what happened here, because this is the highest mountain now that they're going to find, that basically goes up to 1,150 meters. But it doesn't look like it's working. Let's keep an eye on that. A few of them, they reach the waypoint at the moment. Ferdinand Vogel has something there. Yep. Yeah, I think they're going to congregate around him now. It's turning pretty close. Really turns there. Tight turn. And now the goggles start. We have a little group of pilots more on the north. Andrei, Gaia, Stefan, Luckermann, but I think the one in the south is much better. Yeah, okay. Also looks like the group of pilots, they're not convinced what they found there. They're returning to the previous place, where there still are now 2 small goggles now working there. All the pilots there are above 1,200 meters. So they're returning, the group that they reaches the waypoint, they're returning to them now. that is a good thing. When you are that the direction also take you back eventually or enough. Well, that's a good advantage of you. You just push. You just go to reach the waypoint, knowing that when you need to go back, you will have plenty of pilots showing you what's going on. All right, we have the first 24 pilots. But as a reference, because we know how fast that's going to change. Yeah. Is we have Jonathan Marin, Julien Wert, and Marcelo Sanchez Vilches, Pierre-Remy Honorant, Ferdinand Vogel. Let's see how they can hold those positions, because again and again they will regroup, and because the high is not so different, is there all the time between 1,200, 1,500, but never something like 2,000 meters, nothing relevant, nothing significant. They say, okay, now I'm going to push hard here. Every glide that they do, they're going to change those positions. Let's see if I can find. Let me look of him. Where is? Okay. I'm looking for. There is Alvaro, who was leading this long glide for a while. Now he's returning from the, touching the waypoint and trying to join the gaggle. But like I said, now it's changing. Okay, let's go again to the top of the race. Jonathan remained the same. Jonathan Marin, Julien Wert, and Marcelo Sanchez in the third position. They're going to stay there for a while until they have more than, hopefully, I don't know, 1,600 maybe, 1,700 before they want to try again to go somewhere. And I lost completely. I don't know anything about Jason. We start to see a few pilots that they bombard on the way on this glide, because it wasn't easy at all. It doesn't surprise me, because it's what happens when you are alone or with a few pilots that helps you to stay. You won't make it. It's really difficult to stay and to survive. Okay, Jason, I can see him. He's landed when he was really close to reach the waypoint. Okay, because now they are stuck a bit there. We're gonna have a little break here, a little pause, and we'll be back pretty soon just to resume this and to keep talking about the task. So we'll see you pretty soon. right, here we are again. And we have some updates here, quite interesting. We can see Maxime Pinot leading the race. And look at that, it's Maxime Pinot completely alone, flying nearby 50 kilometers per hour. And in 1,800 meters. Wow, okay. That is, he definitely found a very good line here. It's what happened when you have this break and then you return and wow, something has changed completely. And with this high and with this direction, let me go in again. Okay, we have Maxime Pinot, Marcelo Sanchez, Christian Amon, Julien Vert, Honoring Amag, Pierre-Remy, Ferdinand Vogel, Philipp Haag, Roger Eichwacher, Jacek Gorski as a top 10. Apparently this glide from Maxime Pinot is pretty good. But then I'm flying really fast because now the with this high they are facing, they have a northwest direction. So on this slow section, when this Maxime Pinot is not even halfway to the last turn point. And he is, well, this massive group behind him. Honoring Amar, Honoran Amar, Juan Sebastián Ospina, Pierre-Remy, Julien Wirth, Marcelo Sanchez leading this group. I think that easily there is almost 1 minute between them. How the rate has changed completely, it's amazing. We are 20 minutes away from 2 hours. Since the start point. So we're going to do our recall. Let's summarize what's going on here. We are in the day 2002 in this European Paragliding Championship here in Pegalajar, Jaén. Today's task is multiple direction, like a triangle, a sign of triangle, with a race to goal with the exit start point. The start point is nearby on the north side of the hill, and then they went northwest direction to the north side of Pegalajar, Jaén city, sorry, and then they turned to northeast to Bejigar train station. After that, they turn to southeast direction to between Jodar and Betmar, and there are currently mainly all the pilots, the remaining pilots, just dealing with this waypoint, and the lead of the way is Maxime Pinot, followed by a big group that are going to the final turn point in Torre Quebradilla. And finally, they have to go to Donadillo. This is the goal of today. And they have this 3 kilometers radius for the end of the speed section and an inside cylinder of 1 kilometer to validate the goal. Maxime Pinot is passing currently halfway to this final turn point before goal. He's 800 meters above the ground. He's just on his own. The terrain, you will see, look, from this point where he is until he reached the waypoint, it doesn't change that much. It's all the time between 400 to 500 meters. And the direction, this direction he is flying is, well, we have some references from two pilots before they were turning, but there was quite a few times before. We don't know what he's going to find there. But I'm sure he can remember the place and he think, okay, I was there before, I know this area works. Meanwhile, the group behind him is above 1,800 meters. And still there's a big group just creating massive gaggle there, turning. I can see Aaron Mitchell, 1,000 meters just more to the south, completely along there. Maxime Pinot, below 1,000 meters, 380 meters above the ground. Flying pretty low. Is completely concerned. Oh, okay, maybe he found something now. But nothing. Okay, yeah. I think he has something. Let's keep an eye on him. Apparently it's not working. Okay, now Maxime Pinot is lifting, but keep an eye on the drift. That is really important because the drift is the wind is coming here northwest. So obviously, in order to stay and survive, you need to turn to go and get in altitude. But you are now the drift is taking you to the opposite direction where you want to go. That is really important. Unless the thermal is strong enough and it's really worth to stay in and, you know, deal with the drift, and then, okay, if you leave really fast, that's okay. And then you can push to go into the wind. But if the thermal is really soft and it basically takes you back, all the way, all those priceless meters that you were earning little by little, then, well, it's not clear if it's really worth it, all the hard work that you made before with this long glide. Because look at that, the group just behind Maxime Pinot that they are going towards him, and 600 meters, even 700 meters higher than him. So yet again, every time, every pilot that today take the risk to push just to earn those leading points, they can pay the worst price. Aaron Mitchells is more to the south, 160 meters above the ground. Juan Sebastián Espina with Honoran, with Marcelo, with Pierre-Remy. And all the group behind them. Okay, I think we have Juan Sebastián. Apparently he found something there and is good enough to stop and turn. Yep. So, oh, look at that. Look how everybody now is joining, even the group that is just behind, a bit more to the north and from the south. Everybody. Carlo Bonasic is apparent now from nowhere there, almost around 1,000 meters there. Everybody is trying to see what's going on this, on the head of this group. Maxime Pinot, meanwhile, is still on his own flight below 1,000 meters, 360 meters above the ground. Let's have a look at the terrain. Again, he's flying above the endless olive trees Z. No big differences all around the terrain. It's quite similar. So the chances to find a good thermal spot there. Oh, look at that. Apparently, it could be something there. It's lifting. It's lifting. Okay. Yeah. He found something there. He got something. Let's keep an eye on the drift. I think it's good. This one looks good. Okay, temporarily we don't have information about him, so let's go back to the group. "10 minutes to 2 hours since the start point. Martin Peth is taking his chances as well, going on his own. Meanwhile, Aaron Mitchells just landed. Yes, this area is, with this high and alone, this one is pretty easy. That is what's going to happen. Honoran and Ernesto Inestroza, they are flying away the group. Of course, that means that the rest of the group says, okay, if they go, everybody go. Followed by Marcelo Sanchez, followed as well. Who's in here? I can't see. Okay, now Pierre-Remy is there as well. Philippe Haag, Jose Molek, Julian Wirth in this group as well. We still have no data on Maxime Pinot since 1 minute and 50 seconds. But the last time that we saw him, he was in a good one. So I'm pretty sure that this group, especially Martin Pet flying towards Maxime Pinot, probably is, spotting him and figuring out that he's lifting pretty nice. So probably he's attempting to get the same thermal, or at least just to fly in a similar line that potentially can give him a better glide. Daniel Tirkas is just behind Martin Peth. Marcelo is taking the lead and now found something there. And all this group is stopping there. Okay. Nothing that really changed behind me. Still, I cannot see blue sky. There are some areas. It's a pretty sunny day, but the zeros are quite consistent. So that's the problem, Just again, this is what happened with these days. If you're lucky and you find those blue spots on the way, the difference is big enough that immediately the terrain gets warmer and can develop those thermals. But if you have all around such long series covering and this is not warm enough, what are you going to do? But I'm going to try to glide as much as I can. But yet again, if you're doing that alone, maybe it's not the best option today, or definitely it's not the best option today. Well, because we don't have information about Maxime Pinot at the moment, we can see Martin Pet passing exactly where Maxime Pinot is. So that is telling me that basically Martin Pet knows pretty well where Maxime Pinot is, and probably is chasing him. Meanwhile, the group with Christian Amon, Jose Molek, Julian Wirth, Felix, Marcelo, they are nicely lifting, working together there. More pilots are joining. Francisco Reina, Helmut, Darko Stankovsky is joining at the moment. We lost the information about a few pilots that I'm Honorin, Pierre-Remy, but eventually we will recover. Martin Peth, which I think is, my opinion is he's following Maxime Pinot, is currently turning. So I think between Maxime Pinot and Martin Pet should be the head of the race. And they're not so close. They're not so close, sorry. They are pretty close to the final turn point now. But they are pretty low, so they really need to guarantee to reach this turn point and get ready for the final glide to goal. Just remember, the wind today change between the few layers. So around 1,000, 1,500, even below 2,000 meters, they're going to find mainly northwest. That is what's happening right now. All of them, they are flying between 900, 800. Well, the highest at the moment are 1,700 meters. Well, I can see now. Okay, now few pilots here. They found a really good one. Now the first again. Finally, they are above 2,100 meters. It means that about 2,000 meters, the wind is going to switch a bit, going from northwest to southwest. Which that could be really cool when they reach the final turn point. They are now going towards goal, because this final glide, if they're able to get in altitude above 2,000 and more, the wind they will find is southwest. Definitely, it will help them. Otherwise, they're going to find crosswind. Okay, that is sensational. That group is now working really nice together. All of them flying 2,200 meters, 2,300 meters. Pretty solid, pretty cool, very well. We don't have any update about Maxime Pinot, but we do have about Martin Pet, who is still flying on his own. In my opinion, he is following Maxime Pinot, and that's the thing, that's the problem. He's flying only 200 meters above the ground. Trying to find something to survive in the race. He has no. I thought he got something. He found something, but no. He's speeding up again, looking for something else. It's difficult to guess what's going on with Martin Peth, because probably he is spotting Maxime Pinot, something that Maxime Pinot might be doing. But at the moment he's struggling. Is only 120 meters above the ground. He's flying about a small hill there. Probably the wind there is, like I said, west-northwest. There is a brown field with no olive trees on his left, but he's not heading to there. Like I said, it's satellite photos. We don't know exactly how the terrain is, so it's just guessing if the terrain is similar or has changed. He's turning something, okay, but it's pretty weak. No, okay, a minute. Definitely has something there. Definitely he has something there. Yep. I wonder when he's going to turn. All right. Finally, he's turning back. Okay. 630. Wow. So he's trying to center that thermal. That is pretty weak. Or maybe it's not that weak, but maybe it's too small. Because he's below. It's below 200 meters above the ground. Okay, let's go. Let's see what's going on with the group. Look at that. The main group is all of them about 2,000 meters. Okay, that's the difference. Remember, today's a group day. You don't want to fly alone today. As long as you stay with the group, look what happened. Safety. You know, we support each other, and then eventually, yeah, we will play our cards, and now it's time to push. But you don't want to fly alone today. Yeah, okay. That situation is similar to what Justin suffered before. It's fighting every meter. You're not comfortable there. You're really starting to suffer unless you finally find a bubble or something. But meanwhile, you need to turn and be patient, and you do see that nothing changed that much below you. That endless olive trees, endless olive trees, endless olive trees. That's not comfortable at all. Let's see. I'm looking for. Here we are. Finally, I got an update on Maxime Pinot, and he's with the group. He's inside the group. So he thought, like, okay, I don't want to be anymore, and he saw the group going towards him, and he said, I regroup with them, because that's going to allow me to give me warranties for the final fight. He was pushing, he was earning leading points for a while, so I thought, okay, that is enough for me. So now I'm going with the group again, I stand with them, and eventually, let's see what happens when we reach the final turn point. And meanwhile, Martin Pett is still fighting to stay. I'm sure he can see already the massive group moving towards him. What we usually say in the stratosphere, when you are almost touching the floor and the rest is 2,000 meters high, definitely it looks like they are in a completely different level. He has something and he's lifting. And we look at the drift, it's what I said, gently west, gently northwest. Let's see what happens when the group reach him, because probably in that layer, the thermal definitely will be bigger and more solid. So we'll see if for the rest of the group it's worth it to stay and to turn that thermal, or just to keep going on, reach the turn point, and just go for the final leg. We're passing 2 hours. We are 4 minutes ahead. 5 minutes actually ahead. 2 hours and 5 minutes ahead since the start point. So definitely it's going to take a bit longer. So even though the task today is shorter in kilometers, 86.9, yesterday it was 94, but yeah, oh, look at that. This situation, when you see all the pilot passing you above you so high, you need to be really strong, and your moral really need to so solid. Otherwise, the tendency to give up is really high. I'm sure he's going to fight. And we can see Predrag Dudik leading the group with 1,825 meters, gliding around 45, 46, 47. They not even fly. Okay, now spinning out a bit. Probably not, because he knows the turn point is just around the corner. They're speeding up just to be the first to reach this waypoint. Almost 60 kilometers per hour at the moment. We lost the information about him, but I'm sure he's going to reach the waypoint in the first place. Remember, that is the final turn point. After that is just straight to goal. Joseph Molek, Martitan, Stefan, Dimitri. Okay, now let's go. Michal Girlach, Luis Martina Iturbe, Vladimir Vakanin, Tilen Seglar. But it's going to be so interesting here on the final turn point. Wow, okay. Look, when that happened, usually what you want to do when you are reaching the turn point is you want that everybody turn to the same side. Because so many, I don't know, how many are there? 30, maybe 40? And imagine that you are in this massive group of glider, similar high here and there. And then once you are reaching, one goes to the left, one goes to the right, and then they want to go, to the same direction. That part is also tricky, and so ideally what they do is they choose a natural way. So once one pilot turn, let's say, to the right, and everybody trying to follow him, that create a natural turn to avoid any incident or any complicated situation. So for a while, that is what happened. But at the very beginning, there was a few pilots going like this, left and right, left and right. It is really scary if you're just behind them. Because just imagine, for a moment you don't see, and then you turn around and you find one, dozen of gliders towards you. Pedrat Dudik leading the final leg. 56 kilometers per hour. 58, almost 60 kilometers per hour. 990 meters above the ground. And we have in that group behind him Michal Gerlach, Marcelo, Helmut, Thailand, Seglar. We have Maxime Pinot. Finally, we have an update on Maxime Pinot as well. Luis Martin Iturbe, Dylan. Hey, wait a minute, because Ernesto and a few pilots, they're stopping there. They're completely stopping and joining the thermal that they found there. Wow, look at it, so interesting. Mitchell Gerlach decided, okay, it's not my fight. I don't want to stop now. I'm going to take my chances. Iturbe also pushing from the south, followed by Georgi Rizkowski, and I can't see him. Where is it? Marcelo behind Luis, taking the lead, leaving Georgi Rizkowski on his right. 60 kilometers per hour. Iturbe also flying very quick. Michal and Piedrat Dudik is leading, and let's see. Let's go for still a long glide, and they're going inside. They're joining into this again massive and big sea of olive trees now. That's going to be really interesting how they're going to deal with that. So we have Pedrat Dudik leading the race now, followed by Michel Gerlach. On the south, we have Marcelo passing Luis Martinez Iturbe, and behind him we have Georgi Rizkowski. Helmut, Pierre-Remy, Pedrag is going even more north. I don't know if you saw something there. It's taking completely another route. Marcelo stopping for turn there on the south. When they have more than 1,300 meters there, Marcelo doesn't stop, continue pushing more to the south and more to the south, turning again. Okay, now they have something there. They're going to... Okay, the gargle is creating there. It's really big. Let's keep an eye on the north side. Pedra Dudik, Mitchell Gerlach there, completely alone. These two pilots completely alone on their own. When they are exactly quite similar high above the ground, about around 600 meters. 57, 58, almost 60 kilometers per hour for Pedra Dudik. Mitchell, stop there. Let's have a look to the group. Okay, look at that. The group is pushing again. Who is leading the group? Maxime Pinot. Maxime Pinot is taking the lead now with 900 meters above the ground. Marcelo, wow, okay. Look at that. Marcelo is pushing, trying not to be, leave it behind Maxime Pinot, and now taking position next to Denis Soverini. Okay, he's catching Maxime Pinot. It's pushing a lot. 61. Taking the lead of the group. Marcelo is taking the lead of the group at the moment. Mitchell is turning there. He has something, but he can see already how the group is reaching him and passing. And of course, I think, look at that. Is he still turning, or he decided to go and join the group? I think he's going to join the group. Yeah, it's gliding toward them. It's gliding towards them. So it's okay. It's my chances to stay here and alive in the race. Marcelo leading the group. Pedrak Dudik, meanwhile, only 400 meters. Is leading the race, yes, but it's only 400 meters above the ground and completely alone in a very difficult terrain with no easy conditions at all to survive, without any support of any other pilot around him. Marcelo, super solid, pushing and pushing. 1,300 meters for him. 72 kilometers per hour now for him. Followed by Julian Wirth. Matteo Giuliani. Jose Jimenez Belda as well. Pepillo with him as well. Pedra Tudik is still nearby 400 meters, but he needed to slow down. He's trying to find something to stay alive in the race. Meanwhile, the group is almost overtaking him. Well, they are basically halfway to the goal, to the end of the speed section. Remember, they have first to reach the end of the speed section to stop the time, but still they need to go 2 more kilometers inside to validate the goal. Pedrak is just surviving there, doesn't have anything solid there. And like I said, now I can see that the group is overtaking him easily. Marcelo holding a super high speed beyond 70 kilometers per hour, 73, 74. He's okay, it's still rising. Okay, it's lifting. Yeah, gently. It was a good line there. 760 meters above the ground. Joachim Oberhauser, Pepillo, Julian Vert on the third position, José Jiménez Velda on the fourth, Matteo Giuliani, Pierre-Remy, Dylan Mansley as well there, Denis Severini, Luis Martínez Iturbe, Honoran. But now it's Marcelo who is basically taking all the risk, pushing for this final glide on this final leg. Pedrak is trying to survive 350 meters above the ground. I'm sure he can see all the group just passing him. Incredible. Incredible this final glide. How brave this Marcelo is being at the moment. But still, I don't know if they're going to stop. Or they're going to say, okay, 600 meters enough. I don't know. Let's have a look about the high of the terrain on the goal is I think it's around 350 meters, something like that. Yeah, 300 meters. 300 meters. Well, 10. No, I think that, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm afraid they have to stop eventually to turn whatever they can find. At least to stop the time. Once you stop the time, sometimes pilots, they do that. Sometimes they stop the time and then they take their chances just to find any other leaf on the way, and then they can be really, really patient just to go and validate the goal. Because I mean, that's the thing, that you need to stop the now to when the leading point is that not so important, but the time, you know, the point related to time is what really the key here. But they are 300 meters above the ground. I'm afraid they have to stop. They're not gonna make it. And pilots behind Marcelo, they are higher than him. Double high. They are 600 meters or 700 meters, some of them. Oh, come on. And more. Pilots, I can see 1,000 meters, Nuno Virgilio, for example, more than 1,000 meters. So all of them, definitely, I don't think they're going to stop. But definitely, Marcelo now is reaching to a small hill there. He's going to try his chances there to find any lift. It's so close to the end of his big section. But as you can see, he's definitely modifying his trajectory more towards north, trying to find this hill and get whatever he can find. Meanwhile, the group, they're not changing the course because they have enough height to try to stop the time. Yeah, definitely. Marcelo is going to try to find whatever in those small little hills there. But now, Honoran is passing Marcelo for this final glide. Marcelo is pretty low. Okay, we have Honoran. Honoran is leading now. Honoran can make it. Honoran can stop the clock in the first place, followed by Pierre-Remy and Denis Soverini and Julien Wirth. Honoran, Marcelo only 130 meters above the ground. Honoran stop. Honoran stopping here, slowing down, and now speeding up again. For a moment, looked like he was about to stop. Okay, Honoran is going to be the first to reach the goal. So we have is reaching the goal in 3, 2, 1, and that's it. Honoran was first arriving the goal, followed by Pierre-Remy, followed by Julien Wirth, followed by Tylen Teglar, Denis Soverini, Marco Busetta, Dylan Mansley. Well done, Dylan. Michael Somarawa, Iturbe, Maxime Pinot as well, Philip Haag. Marcelo finally struggling after this incredible pushing on the final leg, trying to survive and trying to stop the clock. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is still trying to glide to validate the goal. Remember, they need to fly for another 2 kilometers. They have 200 meters above the ground. So let's see if they can do it. Honoran, they can do it. He can do it without turning anything. Marcelo can make it. It's just surviving there. But of course, he paid the price for this incredible bet. He bet for this nice attack on the final leg. It was amazing for a while. But of course, at the end it was enough different. It was, I think, it was a moment when it was 300 meters or more between him and the rest. And that you can see now what's going on. Honoran is just stopping and validating the clock without stopping after reaching the end of his big section. Followed by everybody. I can see a small group that is stopping there to try to validate the goal. But I can see 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, like 20 pilots. They're going to reach the goal. almost 30 in the first group, reaching goal and validating the goal. And Marcelo finally is about to stop the clock now. That was it. So we have Honoran first, Julian Wirth second, Pierre-Remy third, Thailand Seglar fourth, Denis Soverini on the fifth position, Marco Busetta sixth, Dylan Mansley seventh position, Michael Sommer-Rauer on the eighth position, Philip Haag and Maxime Pinot. Well, now this I got an update. It says Luis Martin Iturbide on the 10th position. As soon as they start landing, Judith will be able to get some interviews from the sport, just pilots on the sport. As soon as we can, we will forward to you. And just remember, around 8 o'clock, we will have the summary of the day. So a second group is arriving, is around another 15 or 20 pilot. So it looks like also today is going to be a big group of pilots arriving to goal. But also we can see still there's a lot of pilots that bombard today all on the way. It wasn't an easy day at all. Like I said, today to be with the group was the key. So we have Honoran Namad with 2 hours and 24 minutes and 5 seconds stopping the clock, followed by Pierre-Remy with 2 hours 24 and 13 seconds, same time for Julien Wirth. So obviously there, the leading point, they will have something to say about it. All right, I think just from here, after the massive first group arriving to goal, that's going to be the end from here. We're going to leave you with some pictures on moments also from yesterday, from the takeoff today, and recalling some nice moment. And just we will continue showing how is the rest of the task as well for pilots arriving. And I just remind you that as soon as we have those interviews from the rest, from Judith, just on the spot on the goal, we will forward to you. And finally, at 8 o'clock, we will have a summary of the day. Okay, stay tuned. We'll see you later.
So we spoke this morning. You were second yesterday.
Yeah, so hopefully a good task again for me.
Yeah, you arrived first in goal.
Yeah, I attacked too much at the beginning, so I was one of the lowest for like maybe 25, 30k. But I came back, and then I stayed in front, but it was difficult for me to climb because I was heavy under the glider and my trimming was quite fast. It was like 10 millimeters faster than the manual, so it's a bit difficult to climb, but at the end for the final glide I was really fast, so it was easy to come back on all the pilots and finish first, even if the others were fast but a bit lower, so they were we can push, we can't push because we will don't make the goal, because the last part was with a big sink rate. So but we made it again.
Yes, yeah, lots of French first in
8
goal.
more.
Well, I've got to go around and then get 3 French guys first and then the rest. Good, well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, see you.
Hi Pierre, how did it go today?
C'était une belle journée, on a encore fait une belle course à Pegalajar. Au début on était plutôt tous bien placés assez haut dans le groupe, c'était assez facile et puis quand ça a commencé à attaquer vers la dernière balise, on s'est retrouvé avec un groupe beaucoup plus dense, on était un peu plus bas, donc il fallait vraiment bien se placer rapidement pour être bien au start. C'était une belle journée. Encore 8 comme ça et ce sera bon.
Très bon, merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Hello Julian, you were second in goal today.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Good. It was a nice one. The finish was quite long, every time in full speed, but finally it was okay. Good line at the end from the last turn point to the goal. So that's great.
And are you looking forward to the whole competition? If it carries on like this?
Yeah.
The 3 French guys first in goal, that's pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Yeah, nice one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome to this evening's summary of Task 2 of the 17th European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar, Andalucia, Spain. We would like to tell you a little bit about what happened today on Wednesday the 23rd of May 2024. And just to recap, if you weren't able to follow us today, is that yesterday we had a very fast task. We had an astounding 122 pilots in goal, and the winners yesterday were Rui Aguitar from Portugal, Honorina Mann from France, Martin Petz from Germany, and in the women's ranking it was Constance Mettetal from France, Eriega from Austria, and Silvia Bussi Ferraris from Italy. So those were the winners this morning after the first task. And we then had a next task today because the conditions were very good again. But there was a few issues that arose from the task yesterday, which were mentioned at the briefing this morning, which we would like to tell you about again. So one of the problems yesterday was there was a lots of complaints about aggressive flying in the thermals. And the pilots were asked today to take more care for safety, to make sure that they're looking out for each other rather than looking at their instruments. And the other issue was that 40 pilots didn't report back. Now it's absolutely mandatory to report back so that the organisation knows that everybody's landed safely and everybody's okay. And we have a two-step reporting procedure. They have to report back through Telegram, but also they have to press their live tracker. And 40 pilots didn't do that. So from tomorrow, there's going to be a penalty system. First, they get a warning, and if they do it again, they'll be penalised by 100 points. So if you see anything on the scoring, that might be the reason why. So, on to today's task. Javi, what was the weather like?
Well, actually, the weather today finally was really accurate. It was forecasted, so we had all day long those cirrus just from the start and all the along the playground. That definitely define how difficult the task was. We saw also the task that we were commenting that the race direction didn't want to launch people away from the valley. They wanted to stay in front of Pegalajar hill, but because of that, plus the weather condition, just to play, we saw plenty of olive trees all the way. It wasn't the day to basically be the hero. You know, it was exactly the day just to be protected by the group, you know, working together, really patient, and just find the time to take just a little bit of risk, you know, to earn those leading points. That is okay. That's, you know, you take your chances here and there, but then generally you try to look back and try to go again with the group, because we saw that most of them pilots that wanted to take the risks and they really pushed for a while. They were earning very good leading points. A few of them they were bombed out, and including big names today. That it was a big surprise. You know, we have, for example, Rui Aguiar, the winner of yesterday. It was bombed out, and also like Justin Sabo, Lucaman, Pepe Maleki, Aaron Michels. So those names are starting pilot. There's nothing, we cannot say anything wrong with them, but they take the chances, and they couldn't make it. We also finally we have the first people in goal. Well, they say we have Honoring Ahmad, Julien Vert, Pierre-Remy, Denis Soverini, Thailand Seglar, and the first woman arriving in the goal was Constant Mitital. I have to say personally that I was chasing with a lot of passion this final attack from Marcelo Sanchez, but what happened? You take the risk, and finally only for 100 meters different he couldn't make it. Finally he made a goal, but it's what happened like today. But this is it. So now I think we're gonna have after this summarize, we're gonna have some videos from interviews, you know, just thanks to Judith, some videos from the goal. So let's go for that.
Hi Heli, how did it go today?
Hi, it was tricky today. I missed the start, so I was outside of the cylinder. I recognized that after 700 meters, so 1.4 kilometers back. That was my start, and then I had a challenge to catch up the first group, and then I came together with the first into goal.
Yeah, I saw you catch up. Very impressive.
Yeah.
And did you enjoy the conditions?
Yeah, it was super nice flatland flying, consistent thermals, so nice climbs with a big group. It's fine, and yeah, it's really a kind of flying with friends.
Okay. And was the behavior in thermals better today?
Yeah, no problem, easy.
Great. Well, congratulations. Nice
Thanks.
to see you in goal, and we'll see you again.
Cool.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Philip. 9th into goal today. How did it go?
It was quite good. We had a lot of shadow in the beginning and the thermals were quite weak, but in the end the sun is coming more out and the thermic was a bit stronger and the wind was quite low in the air and was a fast race in the end, so it was good.
What did you think of the conditions?
Today it was really tricky because I think we had some inversion, like in 1500 meters there was in the lower part the thermals was a bit weaker and then it popped up and it was tricky but really nice.
Great, well done.
Thank you.
Hi Dennis, you were
Hi there.
4th into goal today.
Yes.
How did the task go for you?
It was a very difficult task actually, quite slow. At the beginning very slow, then we got a nice section in between and the last stretch was pretty difficult. I was a little bit behind mid-task, but then we got a couple very nice thermals on the mountains and we managed to catch up, so very nice.
Great, what do you think of the conditions here?
Today was a bit on the weak side for my taste. In general it's very good, yesterday was amazing.
Good, are you looking forward to the next 10 days?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
You're
well
welcome.
done.
Bye, ciao.
Hi Pierre, how did it go today?
C'était une belle journée, on a encore fait une belle course à Pegalajar. Au début on était plutôt tous bien placés assez haut dans le groupe, c'était assez facile et puis quand ça a commencé à attaquer vers la dernière balise, on s'est retrouvé avec un groupe beaucoup plus dense, on était un peu plus bas. Donc il fallait vraiment bien se placer rapidement pour être bien au start. C'était une belle journée. Encore 8 comme ça et ce sera bon.
Très bon, merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Hello Julian, you were 2nd in goal today.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
good. It was a nice one. The finish was quite long, every time in full speed, but finally it was okay. Good line at the end, from the last turn point to the goal, so that's great.
And are you looking forward to the whole competition? If it carries on like this?
Yeah.
The 3 French guys first in goal, that's pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Yeah, nice one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we spoke this morning, you were 2nd yesterday.
Yeah, so hopefully a good task again for me.
Yeah, you arrived first in goal.
Yeah, I attacked too much at the beginning, so I was one of the lowest for like maybe 25-30k. But I came back and then I stayed in front, but it was difficult for me to climb because I was heavy under the glider and my trimming was quite fast. It was like 10 millimeters faster than the manual, so it's a bit difficult to climb, but at the end for the final glide I was really fast, so it was easy to come back on all the pilots and finish first, even if the others were fast but a bit lower, so they were we can push, we can't push because we will don't make the goal, because the last part was with a big sink rate, so but we made it again.
Yes, yeah, lots of French first in goal. Well, I've got to go around and then get 3 French guys first and then the rest. Good, well done. Congratulations.
Thanks,
So those were the first 5 in goal, but we already have the results for the lead-out points. So we know that the actual winner today was Maxime Pinault and first woman was Constance Metal. We'll give you all the rest of the results tomorrow morning. So We would like to apologise to you today because we had some technical problems with the broadcast this afternoon. We hope to resolve those technical issues as soon as possible, and we hope that tomorrow's broadcast will run a little bit more seamlessly. We will announce the broadcast times for not just the live broadcasting, because we'll be bringing you footage from what happened today, tomorrow. And so we will announce the broadcast times on the channel, for the XCMAG channel. And we're hoping to bring you a few more innovations, maybe some in-air footage. We'll try our best to bring that to you. So check the XCMAG channel to see when we're broadcasting tomorrow. It'll obviously depend on when the task window opens. But for now, we hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.